All right, coffee, do your work. Do your work. Do your best to do your work. All right, robot, are you awake? You are awake. Chat, are you awake? Yes. All right, then. And the ad break out of the way. And we do Discord. So it turns out yesterday was not the day. Hang on. How do you consistently share to the current stream on a channel, I wonder, for YouTube? Hmm. Oh, hey. How you doing, CPT? Just messing around with trying to understand how YouTube live stream links work for a sec. Like if I visit this in a different browser, what happens? We get Streamception. Live streaming isn't available. That's funny. So if I want to share link to this, oh, I see it's there. And I get a copy. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. Bring this across here. Turns out yesterday was not the day. But today will be. Maybe. Perhaps. More compute shader goodness. Publish. Oh, hang on. Cancel. Now publish. Excuse me. And we go to stream channel. Building a build tool just because I can't find a solution work for your use case. Oh, okay. What kind of build tool? I do build tools for a living. Maybe I can help. Okay, streams. Streams. Here we go. Okay. And we move this back to here. And then we move this. Okay. Now we're good to go. So we got to the point yesterday where it's running, but immediately crashing because we fed it a AGB8 UNORM sRGB image, given a view with that format. Should be building each object asynchronously and have ability to configure each object. Oh, are we talking about Rust builds? Might not be so helpful about Rust builds. Oh, see, okay, yeah, slightly outside my area of experience. But it strikes me that an awful lot of people in that domain end up writing their own build tools, so you're probably not alone. Seems to me. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to do this morning is have another look at the compute shader game of life example from Bevy, because I think that does compute shader texture, storage texture swapping, and maybe I just need to look at their example and copy some of that. Although I think the swapping between image formats is going to be an issue, because where I change things, I change texture formats somewhere here, there, and I don't think it's updating prior to it getting to the pipeline. So we change it in the bind group, I think. Maybe I need to find a way to update the texture view, because that's what we do here. The texture, its texture view, and the corresponding sampler and the texture size. So how do we update the texture view? There's a value which is an arc WGPU wrapper. In that domain, everyone is fixing their own bullet wounds. Yeah, exactly. So the working theory would be that we change the texture format, but we haven't updated the texture view, and so it gets the old one. And previously we've made a call to there's an image write call that we make. Where is that? Not the right buffer one. Or maybe it is the right buffer one. When we do prepare bind group, we get the image. We change its texture format. And there was something else, another call that you have to make. I want to say it was like write buffer, or something that just updates everything. Where did I see that? It was under discussion on the Bevy repo. You just have to be a detective the whole time, basically. RGBA 8 UNORM sRGB. Actually, texture format is what I need. No. No, no, no. It wasn't any of these, I don't think. Yeah, I see. GPU readback. Yep. So we already know about all that. What the problem was? There's a call you can make. I think it's on image. Storage texture binding 1 expects format. Let's just see what this pops up. You never know. That might have been it. Yeah. Oh, I see. That was it. That was right buffer. Okay. I wonder if there's a similar method for images, for storage textures, to update everything. What methods do we have available on terrain image? No. I wonder if we would have to maybe do another get or get mute or something like that. Or possibly do an insert. Because we've changed, here we changed terrain image, but we don't, maybe that's a copy of terrain image. Maybe I need to update it. So we could do, trouble is that will also update the copy that's being rendered to the screen. Maybe I need to maintain my own separate copy of it. Interesting. That could work. So we'd have like level targets would have a destination, a source, and a collision. Ooh. Ooh. I can see that working. I mean, we'd be cloning it the whole time. So that's not amazing. But at least it wouldn't have to be copied back to the CPU as I understand it. Uh-huh. I was kind of hoping I could use either source or destination, but if I have to convert the texture format, maybe I'm better off not doing that. And then I just use the same image the whole time. Huh. Okay, let's think about this. Theory. We maintain a separate copy of the terrain image in compute shader friendly texture format, i.e. texture format RGBA8 unorm. At the end of each frame, we clone this from the existing texture format RGBA8 unorm sRGB. Destination image, the current render target. Switch its texture format. And use it as the source of truth for collision detection. Okay. 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 Copying or cloning, I guess, 2K images like this. Each frame seems, I guess, expensive. But perhaps if there is no 2 GPU copy involved, it can be done cheaply? Question mark. All right. So we need to set up a separate resource for handling collision terrain, I guess. Bye. Yeah, so resources. Got collision buffer. We've got yep buffer. and we'll have collision terrain. So let's go derive resource, extract, resource, clone. And the thing is, just because it performs well on my relatively beefy Team Red GPU doesn't mean it's going to perform well on like people with internal GPUs or older GPUs. I don't even know whether this is a reasonable ask for a GPU. We're all kind of flying blind here. Collisions terrain, collision. Yeah, why not? Collisions terrain. And this is going to be a handle. Is it going to be a handle image or a handle um, GPU image? I think it's going to be handle image, right? Um, so in plugin, like so. And then in init, we insert level render targets. So we've already got them here, which is good. And we'll go blank image texture descriptor usage. No, texture asset, texture format is what I want. I don't have texture format. Why don't I have texture format? Let's just keep going and see what happens. Huh. Really? What am I missing? I'm missing something obvious. Is it part of texture descriptor? No. What am I missing? Oh, can I only do it when it's a GPU image? Ah, okay. That's all right then. Let's go back up here and we'll get rid of this, but we will create the resource. Commands insert resource collisions terrain. Um, user visible render targets. Display the each level. Terrain. Non-visible image for use as source of truth for collision detection. This could all be a wildly bad idea. But you know what? We'll just figure it out. Hang on, this is essentially the same image. I need to add a copy. We don't want to just add the handle. And in fact, shouldn't we have two separate images here too? Oh no, because they get overwritten eventually. I think. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So source of truth for collision detection. So we can just use blank handle clone. And then in prepare bind group, we should not need to refer to level targets. All we should do is grab whatever's in collisions buffer, collisions terrain. And get rid of that. And then we force the image format, or the texture format, and then everything else should be the same. So down here, hopefully we can prevent it from ever seeing an image that's an sRGBA image. So in update, terrain image is the original image clone. Yes, we're not going to do this. We're going to do collisions terrain. And I'm not going to set the format here. Or am I? No, I'm not. I'm going to set it when I update the image elsewhere. Let's see if we can get away with some of this cloning and swapping. Hmm. Now, hopefully we shouldn't need to get anything mutably here, except for maybe collisions buffer. Okay. Collisions buffer pipeline. Yes, we don't need anything mutable now. I don't think. Makes it a little simpler. Can I do this? Yes. All right, so we should be able to organize a little bit better here. Oh, we're already sorted. Look at that. Okay. So now I need to guarantee that these images get swapped and cloned correctly. Now that is happening in, I want to say playing. No, that's not right. What's it called? Level? I think it's called level. Oh, yeah. So where are we swapping it? Where we initialize it is there. And then we clone it down here. I see we use source there and destination there. All right. And finally, we need to insert the compute shader version. So we're going to need the resource for that, which is should we do it during init or should we? It feels like that function's already got enough going on. Update compute shader. Feels like it shouldn't be in level, but then again, maybe it should. So I'm going to need images, res mute, assets, image. I'm going to need level targets. And I'm going to need collisions terrain. Yeah, all right. Then we're going to go let level image equals our images get level targets destination. And actually, this is more like init compute shader. Let compute shader image equals level. Oh, we could probably just clone it, couldn't we? Hmm. Images, add, level image clone, question mark. Hmm. Why is that? Oh, it's probably not public. Yeah. So level collisions terrain equals collisions terrain images add compute shader image. All right. Okay. So now we call that wherever we run init. Update compute. Oh no, init compute shader. Chain like so. And then we've got update cursor position. Where do we actually swap the images? I've forgotten. Oh, and swap textures, of course. Yes, we'll add to this. Swap source and destination in the resource to prepare for next frame. Clone destination. Clone source, I guess. Well, does it really matter? It probably doesn't. You don't want to be a frame behind, though. You could go See, this is nice and cheap because we're just swapping handles, but for the compute shader, we need to clone the image. I wonder if we should actually do it on the GPU. We should, right? Maybe we should do it during update. Let's see. Images would need to be a... Can you insert an image that's just a GPU image that doesn't have an image component at all? Hmm. Oh, and the other thing in the init function in level, we can specify that the image does not need to be kept on main world at all, as far as I know. So init compute shader, level image clone, and this could be mutable. Oh, we also need to say that it's hey Hypnotic, how you doing? There aren't any puppies, unfortunately. They've all gone out. Sad to say. It was worth a shot. It absolutely was. Now you're looking at the floor. Hope you're well. Are you currently streaming? You do that to me all the time. You just stop by, but you're still streaming. Digital Iliad gets the shout out today. Not yet. Okay, just warming up. We got Jern, we got Cetilex. Keen Reflex. Am I following Keen Reflex? I am. Cool. How goes the game? It's hard. I'm trying to do things the hard way, which is bad. I know I shouldn't, but I can't help it. It's just the way I'm wired. I'm trying to understand how to do collision detection in a compute shader, and it's proving a little bit tricky. But we're persevering because what other choice is there? Okay, so compute shader image is level image clone. We need compute shader image. We can't set its texture format here. So we have to swap it somehow. Let's look at image. See if we can figure out how to change it. Convert. Oh, that's right. We use convert, except that there isn't one for the exact format change that we want. Set color, resize, reinterpret size, try into dynamic, which is used as part of the conversion, but it's not what I want. Asset usage. We can set the asset usage. Because we only want GPU. what's it called? Render asset usages. Render world. And I can't set the text format here, but it probably doesn't matter. So I do need to set it here. Which means this one needs to be resource mute. So that's got to be get mute. I need this. And I do need level assets. God damn it. I thought I was going to get away without it, but I haven't been able to. Damn. Okay. So there may not be. In run, do I call collisions terrain? Or do I use. Oh, no, I just use the bind group. So I've got to update the bind group and update. All right, we can do this. We can do this. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're back to the same problem, but it's fine. The trouble being we need to insert an image on the GPU side without going through the usual path. So that means I've got to clone whatever I get out of level render targets. So the collisions to terrain might not actually be that useful. Not as useful as I thought it was going to be. So where do we actually do this swapping, texture swapping? Swap textures. Insert run fixed main loop system. After fixed main loop. I see. Well, maybe we should do it in there. Lurkin, hey Monotonal. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's see if we can work it out here and then just get something working. All right. Collisions terrain. Yes, we do need that. We want to clone the current destination. Which means we need images. I need to learn to accept the autocomplete. Let current destination, just destination equals R images get level targets destination. All right. Let's compute collisions terrain, I guess, would be consistent with your naming. That needs to be mutable. And then collisions terrain. The texture assets usages, I forget which. Asset usage. Equals texture asset usages. Wait, what? Render asset usages. Render world. Can I not format? Can I not insert with the texture format? Can I not change it here? How do I change the texture format in from an image? Let's see if Claude has picked this up from its searches, from its learning. Given a mutable Bevy image, can its texture format be altered? Oh God. Oh, texture descriptor format, I see. So it didn't give me the right answer, but it pointed me in the right direction. What was the texture descriptor? RGBA8 unorm. No? Bad? No bad? Bad. Oh. Wait, what did I do? Oh, I see. I see. I see. Okay. So we've cloned that. We need to insert it by going collisions terrain equals images add collisions terrain image. Wait, what? Oh, right. Collisions terrain. Yep. Okay. Create a copy, a clone of the current destination. Render target to use as a source of truth for collision detection. This must be correctly formatted to be accepted by the compute shader. Oh, what a performance. It can't possibly be efficient, can it? Surely not. To do efficiency concerns. Performance concerns. Swap the camera target and fragment shader source. So what I would really want to do is create the copy on the GPU, but I don't even know if that's realistic. I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Okay. Let us see. So I've added a copy of that, and then I swap everything over. Then I trigger change detection. Right. So if we look back at update, and then we get the collisions terrain from there, and the only thing we're doing is updating the bind group. Update our compute shader bind group to reflect the current state of yup positioning and the current terrain. It'd be interesting if we come up with a way to only update bits of the terrain that had been changed. But I just don't know how you would do that. You might have to do it like bit by bit, so to speak. All right, let's see if it crashes. This is my main my main question. Well, it runs. Does it crash? It did. Holy crap. Okay. Uh usage flags, texture usages, copy disk, texture binding, render attachment of texture with no label do not contain required usage flags. Storage binding. Yes, you are correct. You are correct, sir. Because I have swapped the image. It needs storage binding. So that's good. That's a new error. We like new errors. They make us happy. Render asset usages, render world. Where do I change that? Where do I change that? I change that change it in, where do I change it? Ah, texture descriptor usage. It needs to be copy source and storage binding. So what did I say? It's not going to let me. Okay. And then we need to do the same thing here. Just wipe out the previous values because we don't need them anymore, I don't think. Okay. Seems reasonable. Seems reasonable. And a crash. Storage mining is not allowed because it's sRGB. I know. I'm trying to change that. God damn it. But I've changed that. Haven't I changed that? I feel like I've changed that. Maybe I don't change it in init. Aha. Maybe I should call it collisions terrain image just to be consistent. Okay. I mean, it could work. You don't know. It might work. Honestly, I was actually really discouraged this morning, I got to say, because I was like, I've been beating my head against this problem for quite a few days now. Well, it didn't crash. I mean, that's good. We know that there's a bug with texture loading like this. Okay. The buffer's not changing, but it's not crashing. So yay. uh, progress, I guess, of a kind. I'm going to stop there. Okay, so we get, oh, hang on, unknown type U8. Huh. This is a shader error. This is something new. Uh, what? I thought it would be an array of U8. What is it? It's an array of U32, isn't it? Actually, no, it's not. What the hell? Uh, yeah, it's not highlighting correctly. That's for sure. What is it? I thought it was an array of U8. Huh. Hmm. Mm, yeah. Why is it not U8? In fact, why is there no U8 in WGSL? Is there an unsigned byte type U8 in WGSL? I see. Huh. I did not know that. Um, so I'm sending. A. What is collisions buffer? Is shader storage buffer. GPU shader storage buffer, which is a buffer. Huh. All right. So given these definitions, given the following, what type should this binding be if collisions is a shader storage buffer? What? Uh, no. How should we define the WGSL to receive the contents of a shader storage buffer? Array of U32. Oh. Let's look at what GPU readback does. Bevy examples, shaders, GPU readback. All right, so we're definitely using shader storage buffer in this. And then when we want the shaders, we need to go Bevy examples, assets, shaders. No? Shader, GPU readback, or even just examples WGSL. Oh, it's in assets, right? Yeah, here we go. It is a text just, no, it is an array U32. I'm so confused. All right. Well, then I don't understand. I don't understand why the other type is a U8, but I'll live with it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. Oh, God. FML. Now, let's try again. See if we get the same error. We exit, we go down, we go down. We don't get the same error, so that's good. Oh, yes, we do. Failed to build a valid final model. Global variable yups is invalid. Type flags, data copy host shareable do not meet the required type flags, data sized copy host shareable. Okay. Attempt to interpret the following. Oh, that certainly didn't work. I thought I did. Oh, okay. I could wrap it in a struct, but I'm just trying to get things working simply. We have a counter. Didn't we have a? I feel like we had a constant for that, but maybe we don't anymore. So this is a vec4 buffer with 100 vec4s, right? Want to say? Oh, that's wrong. Oh, it's comma. All right. At least we're getting new errors. Okay, vast storage. This is wrong. Collisions is invalid. Storage address space doesn't support write-only access. So it's got to be read-write. Is it read-write or is it just read-write? Just get a quick check. That is not a uniform buffer. Oh, wrong one. There we go. It's read underscore right. I'm glad I checked. Because that would have taken me a little while. Basically using the LLM like Google. Oh, damn it. Hey, here we go. Hey, we've got more errors. Entry point is invalid. The type of 17 doesn't match the type stored in 16. Sure. I think that'll be the U32 to U8 thing, but I'm not sure. Given shader source. Texture loads returning a vec4. Convert the floating point alpha to a uint or do the comparison with a float. Oh yeah, sure. Sure. Uh-huh. Oh, all right. Well, that's pretty easy. So it's just typing. Let's see. I thought a 1 would be a 1U by default. But I might be entirely wrong about that. What? Oh, buffer size ended up greater than the min binding size. What? Let's try again. Was that a timing issue? Nope. What did I do? Oh, what did I do? Error matching shader requirements against the pipeline. Shader global resource binding group 0 binding 0 is not available. Buffer structure size 1600 added to one element of an unbound array if it's the last field. Did I define that size correctly? Oh, you know what? Yup, buffer size. Actual number of U32s is 300. But is this true? Because we're passing vec4s now, aren't we? No, it is true. Is it? It thinks we're passing 100 vec4s. So 75 and 75 is 150, and 75 and 75 is 300. Wait, 400. Wait a second. Because we're ignoring the last value. So actually, I think it should be 100. In other words, we're passing 400 values, the last of each 4 will be ignored as padding. I don't know if that's clear. It probably isn't. Right, made it run. I don't see an error. Go to the bottom. Definitely no collision, but no error either. Okay. Um, so what we're looking for is the moment when the character passes across a non-alpha pixel. But not like that. Like this. There. There should be ones. And there are no ones. Damn. Okay. So some questions remain. We could use GPU readback to read the contents of the yup buffer. Maybe. That's the collision one. Here we go. So instead of looking at that, we could also use the yup buffer. Oh, wait a minute. That's the shader storage buffer. We just want to confirm that the GPU is receiving the details for each character, even if it's gigantic. uh, so that uniform buffer, where does that get spawned? It gets spawned in prepare bind group, right? This one. It's also possible that the terrain image never gets updated correctly, so we might need to account for that. But let's just see. I see. Commands insert yup buffer default. And the default does this vec40 yup buffer size. All right. So why don't we put this down here? Right. It needs the shader storage buffer and it can't have it because what is readback? Ah, I see. So we need to update this for having the uniform buffer. And I don't know that we'll be able to do that because it's not a component. I mean, it's not an asset. So I don't actually know how I would read it back. It's a uniform buffer. I guess I could approach this another way. I could, in the shader, always return ones if I get anything, basically. Okay, so it's returning ones and exiting. Oh, except for 0. Ooh, interesting. Aha. Okay, good. So that means that one of them was not 1. I mean, one of the IDs was not 0. So that's great. We are testing. That's good. That's the first positive thing I've seen. We're testing YupZ, which is YupZ, which is what's got the ID in it. So that's good. This is shader debugging 101. uh, testing the pixel. Wait a minute. I see. We're loading the pixel at YupXY. And testing its A value. But we never collide. How could we? Oh, you know what? We never did the conversion from world to image coordinates. That's going to be crucial. Let's do that next. I knew I didn't. I knew I needed to do that. Look at all our to dos. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Actually, that can go. There was a thing where I had to convert the coordinates. Apparently, I didn't put a to do on it. I think it's in update, collisions in update somewhere. Update yup locations. This is it. Now I need to do a conversion from world to image. And I've done that somewhere else. I think it's in update cursor position. Yeah, here we go. Convert the cursor position to world chords. I actually don't want that. I've already got world chords. Convert the world pos to pixel chords within the mesh texture. So I need to look for level material is what you're saying. And then offset the position pass to the shader by the window dimensions. Okay. Let's try using some of that. Actually, let's do split screen here. That'll help. And update yup locations. Okay. So we're probably going to need camera, I think. No, we're not. We've already got world pause. I think, probably. And then we do need the level material though. Actually, just materials and level, which is a single mesh material 3D, 2D, I should say, level material. transform with level. And then we need materials. Do they really need to be mutable? And probably window. Okay. What is your deal? Oh, do I have someone at my door? Hang on a sec. All right. Enough of that nonsense. Now, let's see. Oh, are we about to run ads again, or have I lost track? I've lost track. With level, that needs to be imported. And what is the problem here? It's not valid to request as data in a query. What? Oh. Okay. Now, let material handle material transform is level. Oops. And let level material is materials get mute material handle 0. All right. If let's oh no, we don't need cursor position here. So but we do have position for each yup, basically. So we need we need this. We've got yup t. That's a little confusing now that we're increasing the complexity of this function, but we'll get there. So do I not need window at all? Oh no, I do. I need window width and height. Okay, cool. So texture pos, let texture pos equals material transform compute matrix inverse transform 0.3 the yup translation, I guess. So T translation. Yeah. And then cursor position is right. So texture pos X plus window width. And then we also need it. It shouldn't be. It should be texture pos, not translation X. Whoops. Like that. Oh, whoops. So I don't need level material. Why don't I need level material? Why don't I need the level material? Oh, I see, because I was setting the cursor position and that's what we needed. That's how the fragment shader works. Not a problem. So now we just need, we don't need that. And material handle is level, so we don't need that either. Nice. So there's probably no reason we couldn't just go. Where do I use material handle? A material transform rather. Here we go. So level material transform or level. Hang on. It's just a. Let's do it this way. There we go. I have no idea if this is going to work, but it'll be interesting to find out. Okay, it runs. It's always a good first step. So we'll wait until we get down to the correct level and then we'll stop. And we definitely have nothing. Okay. One interesting piece of feedback would be to output the number that is the current X and Y, or maybe the current X, just back into the readback buffer. I don't even know if that'll work, but let's find out. So in the WGSL shader, try saying WGSL 10 times fast. Let's just read back. Instead of returning 0, we will return yup X, I guess. Which probably is, oh no, it's U32. Let's try it. And actually this time we might just make it visible. Okay, so we got zeros. Huh. Well, that's obviously not right. Is that an overflow by any chance? Why is it exactly, oh, what the hell? That has to be overflow, right? uh, Surely that's overflow. GPU readback shows an odd number in X coordinate position. Is this overflow? Yeah, I thought so. Floating point number being interpreted as a uint. Hmm. Could that be true? What is this? Yeah, it's an F-32. Hello. Now, hang on. Our VEC 4, that's F-32 as well, right? Oh, no, it's a VEC 4 U-32. So, yeah, we absolutely need to convert those. Index is a U-32, so that shouldn't be converted. This window height returns a F-32. Uh, so I can't put U-32s in those? I'm just riffing, but is this the thing? Okay. Let's show it and tell it. We're definitely passing F-32s. Into a VEC for U32 in the shader. Um, should is there a should this conversion always be done on the shader side? Pass the true values and do any necessary conversions in the shader. We have more context. Floor vec2 u32 floor yup xy. All right. So that means go away. That means this is fine in theory. This needs to be. This is never going to be true. Oh no. Yes. It's an F. Well, it's not an F. See, that's the weird thing. If we're creating, should we define them as vec4u F32s? Yeah, we should. Yeah, that's much more sensible. Seems to me. And this can be U32. Okay, global ID is a vec3 U32. Is it not an F32? No. All right, so global ID X is a U32. Yups is a vec4 F32. So we then need to do a conversion. This is really the only reason we use the entity ID at the moment. But never mind, we'll get there. I don't know if the conversion to F32 is sensible. Might not be. Texture load, texture, yup, X, Y, pixel A, 0F. So yup, X, Y needs to be a vec 2, EU32, floor. Isn't it like all floor? Floor yup, XY. Hmm. Oh, right. What? How did that happen? I must have hit some arcane key combination. Okay. So we're converting those, and we may as well just spit it back out again just to see what the difference is. Well, it's back to zeros, which is interesting. Still zeros. So that's interesting because that means that the x coordinate is zero, doesn't it? Oh, right. Yup x is still a um is still a floating point number. What is the straight convert? Did it mention that? What's the WGSL conversion for a single float to unsigned int? It's just U32. Yeah. Ah, one. Okay. 1280. Interesting. Did it, is it my imagination or did it change to 1280 when it crossed that boundary? Because if so, that's very exciting. It's wrong, but it's wrong in an interesting way. Actually, I should be printing out the Y, not the X. What am I doing? That's the important thing. Shader debugging. Oh, God. Damn it. Oh, it's working. Except that it's, oh, this is a different yup. Oh, that's cool. So it spawned another one. And then I want to watch that again. Okay, it's one. And then all of a sudden it snaps into action because, right, because we don't do anything unless there's a collision. Exciting. I think we might actually have it working. Oh my God. Um, let's output like a different value on collision. Oh, I could be getting close. I could be getting close. Uh, Interestingly, it's firing on the no collision. Hmm. Okay, let's make it super explicit. It's a 1 if it's colliding, it's a 0 if it's not. It's I don't know, it's something else. It's a let's swap it around. Let's do this. U32 yup y. So we're always going to print it out. I think this should be the collision part, but maybe I'm misunderstanding it. We could also print out pixel A, but one thing at a time. Okay, it's high. It's stopped. It's colliding. Interesting. So it thinks it's colliding now. So weird. No collision. So it swaps into this area when it crosses over the part of the terrain that isn't alpha. What the hell? Is it possible that the image conversion is just completely screwed up? Let's print out pixel A in both cases. Oh, we might not be able to. What if we multiply it by 100? We turn it into a percentage. Well, we also don't floor, but that shouldn't matter. It's 100. It's 100. It's 100. It's 0. That's so weird. It's like the alpha is flipped. I'm so confused. At least we know the position is accurate, but why is this reversed? Is it my texture format conversion? Hmm. I have a suspicion my conversion from texture format RGBA8 UNorm sRGB to RGBA8 UNorm has messed with my alpha values. The following displays 100 for areas of the texture that are transparent and 0 for non-transparent areas. This seems to me to be reversed. Confirm your original texture alpha value is correct. Ensure alpha isn't being modified. Only convert RGB components. Temporarily modify your shader to debug. See raw alpha values. Okay. I thought I was. $255. Oh, well, it's always going to be $255. Oh, except no, because the copy of the image. Oh, shit. Okay, it's $255. It's 0. Oh, what if we flipped Y? Oh, we might have flipped the Y coordinate. That could be it. Because it does happen halfway down the screen. This flips the Y value in Bevy, so we'll need to flip it again later. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Negative text plus Y. Ha! There we go. That'll be it. Note the Y value inversion to convert from world to pos. That was thoroughly confusing. Zero, 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 zero. 255. It works. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay. Yes. All right. So now this, I might actually get this working today. So stoked. One U. It's a one. Oh my God. Can't believe it. And it's running relatively efficiently. Well, it seems to be. We'll see what it does with 100 of them, but the image swap seems to be working. Actually, will it though? Let's edit some of it underneath. Once we get a working image. Let's edit this. I didn't really tell. It's got to be right in the middle here. And it flipped to 0 once it got past the end of the image, which is cool. It's going to miss. Damn it. Oh, actually, I think it worked because it's right in the center of it. It's got to be right on top of that hill. No, it hit. Because this will mean that it's getting the updated copy of the image, which is the next question. So hard to tell. Maybe I can just change its speed. In physics, this isn't even updated for time to do delta time. I'm going to do ads in a sec, which means I will go and get a cup of tea, which is thoroughly deserved after my win. My win! I won! Okay, this is going to fall super slowly, so I should have a minute to... no, I think that was the old point. It's got an old copy of the image. That's not good. Oh, it's so hard to watch both of them at the same time. Okay, ads. All right. We're so close to this working. I can taste it. We're going to get it. It's going to work. So to prove that we're not getting the correct result, we're not using the most up-to-date copy of the image, we need to slow everything right down. Let's make this 0.5. And then what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, that's on the wrong screen entirely. We're going to take this, and we're going to put it up here. Go down here. And we're going to just delete this all the way down to here. And we've got a very slowly falling yup. And we might see ones here. Yep. Okay, so it's got an old copy of the image. That's disappointing, but it's understandable. Okay, cool. So we've still got work to do, but we're making progress. This is really exciting. This is exciting. I'm happy. Very, very happy. Let's look into the update function where we change the terrain image. I wonder if we don't need to somehow... We grab it from collisions terrain here. Images get collisions terrain O. I think maybe in level, we might need to use an insert. In our swap textures clone, we do collisions terrain images destination image clone. Yeah, I'm using images add. I should instead use... I shouldn't change... Yeah. I'm not going to change the handle. I'm just going to do an images insert. Collisions terrain. That should have a deref mute on it. Deref. Okay. Oh, is this the other way around? Oh, no, it is the first way. Right. There we go. Because we're keeping the handle the same. So there's no particular reason. We're just updating the original image. I don't know if this is going to be enough. I'm wondering if there needs to be like another call to get mute. But let's try that slightly modified behavior and see where we get to. Trouble is, every time we do this, we've got to do the same painstaking test. But that's okay. Oh, and we got to exit and do it again. There's going to be two of them now. So looking for a change to a 1 here. Yep. And this one as well. Yep. Okay. Damn. All right. So it's still got the old image, or it still thinks it's got the old image. Interestingly, the pipeline update is working. Because, no. Hmm. This is working. This is not working. Maybe we need to somehow regenerate the texture view because the image has changed. You'd think that would happen automatically. Hmm. This feels like the last hurdle. It's so close. We're using images get. Then we're taking its texture view and going into binding. It's possible the texture view is not updating. I wonder if there's any potential bug reports around that. No issues. Create a screenshot of the provided manual texture view. Wonder if I should call this at some point. Manually manage texture view. This is years ago, so it's probably not going to be that relevant. Let's do a quick Discord search. GPU texture has texture view, which can be used to write to it as a storage texture from a compute shader. Where's the equivalent for render mesh? This is new. Oh no, that's 2024. Okay, not many people talking about texture views then. Bevy drops texture views every frame so they weren't living long enough once WGPU wasn't one big lock. Huh. That was at the beginning of last year though. Hmm. It feels like changing the storage texture. Something around changing the storage texture. Let's look in issues for Storage texture. Yeah, we knew about this one. I kind of want update storage texture. That's what the problem is. Because we know it's wrong. It's all me. If custom material, fragment shader, no vertex shader. Use a fragment shader in MRT or compute shader in storage textures. Two text. Oh, that was in reply to me. My whole pipeline is in compute shaders. One node to write a depth texture and use it in the next node. Storage read write in both bind groups. Can't write to a depth texture from a compute shader. Just use R32 float or whatever. It feels like changing the bind groups is partially working, but not in a way. What announcements are coming in for Ashes of Creation? Estimated to go down for a hotfix. Oh, yeah. Good to know. Sorry, sidetrack. Boy. Okay. So we're not successfully updating our compute shader. I guess I could just flat out ask in rendering. I'm so close to getting my compute shader collision logic working. The shader accurately recognizes, maybe typing out the question will provide the answer, Rubberducky. When the terrain image has alpha of 0, no collision, and when it does not, collision. My difficulty is updating the terrain in the bind group when it changes. Currently, I'm doing the following. I wonder if setting it to render world only is what's causing the problem. Maybe I should check that first. That one is true, but that's just the 0 the zero value image, the blank image. This one might be more problematic. Just rule that out as a cause. Just in case. Okay, very slow. Yep, falling down. All zeros, all zeros, all zeros. And a 1. Damn. Okay, so that's definitely not the issue. Be kind of cool if we were able to see what the compute shader image was. So it shouldn't matter whether it's on the render target list or not, because we're just creating a clone of it to use for our own nefarious purposes. Hmm. Hmm. So close. Currently, I'm doing the following. Um, let's give this a screen of its own. And the nodes, the render nodes. I.e. changing the resource containing the bind group to point to a new bind group. for use in Run. The current positions of all characters seem to be updating correctly and can be read by the shader. However, the image I'm using as the source of truth does not appear to change despite visible changes in the render target images. Actually, I wonder if I'm possibly creating the copy before any changes get persisted to the other parts of the image. Makes me wonder if there is another step to mark the to trigger change detection, etc. It's also entirely possible this is a wildly misguided adventure in rendering. Okay, so we move that back here and we go back here. Let's mess around with the order of the image creation. So swap textures, we're creating a clone of the current destination. Is that the one we want to clone? Maybe we should clone the source. Because I'm just wondering if it's possible that we're just grabbing the same copy of the original image over and over. Well, we can try it anyway. Can't hurt. Okay, we should get 2 yups this time. And I'm looking for one change somewhere here. Now. Yep. And now. Yep. Okay. Damn. All right. So that's not working. So nothing to do with which image we're using. I mean, they are both the same currently, but you would think eventually one of them would change and you'd get the change showing up. So I don't think that theory holds any water, to be honest with you. I don't think it does. Don't suppose anyone's stooging around Discord right now and can answer my question for me. Can I edit the title? I never know how to edit the title on these things. Edit thread? Oh, yeah. More compute shader nonsense. The first, actually, I'm going to commit this too. Whip collision. Snippet is a system running on in set run fixed main loop system after fixed main loop. Just pass them a link just in case anyone gets inspired and wants to look. So collision shader pipeline update and texture swapping. In case anyone has any bright ideas. Okay. So let's think about this. We could also ask the LLM if it can pick up anything that's just obviously wildly wrong. I wouldn't trust it as far as I can throw it, but we might get some pointers. So let's go. And a compute shader pipeline update function. Can you detect anything that might cause the texture storage, the storage texture not to update correctly, i.e., it remains unchanged despite changes in the render target textures? I'm setting the format and usage flags. I might be missing synchronization of the actual texture data. The clone might not be capturing the latest render target state. Render world might not be sufficient. Texture usage don't include texture binding. Oh, really? Might need to ensure the render pass that updates all the destination textures completes before the compute shader reads from it. Interesting. But surely it would at worst be like 1 frame out of date, right? Maybe not. All right, let's go with the texture usages first. What does texture binding actually mean? Let's find that out. Allows a texture to be a binding type texture in a bind group. Oh, that could be interesting. You would think the shader would tell me, but maybe not. Yeah, because here we add these things rather than define them. Ah. Okay. What are the defaults? Well, can't hurt to try. Can never hurt to try. Okay, looking for a 1 here. Probably now. Yep. Bugger. Okay, that's not the reason. Just out of curiosity, did it warn me about... Oh, update yup locations did not run because it... Oh, no, that's okay. That's just a transient one. Single transform with level. Yeah, that just happened like once. And then the rest of the time it was fine. Damn. Okay, well, that was promising, but no. Okay, so do I also need to change this one? The interesting thing is we know that it updates at least once because we start with a blank image, right? So, hmm, that is not a thing. I wonder if it's this initialized one that is level target's destination. I wonder if changing it here would make any difference. Surely not, right? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's wrong. This one. Oh, one more check. Oh, hey, Depalm Dev. How you doing? Sorry, I didn't see you come in there. Okay, that's blank, so we need to reset it. And then this, we need to get rid of. Okay. And we should see a flip to a 1 somewhere here. About now. Yep. And the first one about now. Yep. Okay, bugger. Okay, so that's not it. Definitely not. Back to their defaults. All right. More tea required. So I don't think texture binding is actually required. What are the defaults? Let's find that out. On GPU image maybe, or just image. Texture usages. The defaults are I wonder if I'm supposed to not be overriding those. I don't think that'll work though, because I think it's got some incompatible ones on the original. But we'll try it. We'll try everything once. Ah, there we go. Okay, and a flip. There, yep. And another one. There, yes. Damn it. I'm so close to getting this working. So close. So close. Render target swap isn't properly synchronized. Okay, right. So we've ruled out lack of texture binding as an issue. Makes no difference. Render asset usage is render world. Using the default value for asset usage also does not change this behavior. Destination image is actually changing between frames. Yes, we know that for sure. Do we not? Timing issue with terrain image. The compute shader might be reading stale data if the render pass hasn't completed. You might need to add explicit barriers or ensure proper synchronization. Modify the compute shader to write known values to the collisions buffer based on the texture coordinates rather than the actual texture data. What? Oh, in the shader, right. I don't think the issue is with texture reading. We know that it's correctly determining it, don't we? Is the collisions terrain image being properly extracted in the render world? Verify its status in the render assets GPU image collection. How would I do that? Say more about 4. Render asset plugin image is there already, I think. And we know that the handle's appearing because we're reading from it. Consider the timing. If you're inserting after that point, it's fine if it's stale. It just needs to eventually change. Like between frames is fine, I think. I think. We can close out this stuff. And this did not change the behavior. I wonder if copy dest is required. No, won't hurt. What is copy dest actually for? The destination in a command encoder copy buffer to texture. Write texture operation. I don't know. Blank. Not blank. The blank image is just a current bug in Bevy that is being investigated, but it sorts itself out eventually. Okay, so we're looking for a 1 here. Yep. Okay. So nothing to do with copy dest, probably. Oh, let's think about this. We're cloning the image. Is clone enough? Or do we actually need to? Oh, it's just derived. Maybe I'm not getting the image data. I can't imagine that's a thing. No. Maybe I'm just cloning the object, but not the underlying data. Is sufficient to copy the image, to make an exact copy of the image. Does anything need to be done to, guess, obtain the underlying pixel data or texture data? I think you might be making it up, so I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. Has image copy? I bet this doesn't exist. Yeah, you're full of shit. Maybe data? No. I think you're making it up. Oh, a GPU image copy. Hmm. I still don't quite believe you, but I'm willing to roll with it. Let's look at what the compute shader pipeline for compute shader um what's it called? Compute shader game of life. Thank you. Bevy examples. Compute shader game of life. Let's look at your pipeline because we know that you do image swapping. Switch textures to display every frame to show the one that was written to most recently. Oh, that's just display textures though. Storage texture. Let's look at the bind group, which I think they create only once. Yeah, it just passes both textures. That's an interesting option, to be honest with you. But they would have to be converted from sRGBA, which sucks. The reason I'm using a copy of the render target, a clone of the render target images, destination and source as compute shaders don't support RGBA 8U norm sRGB. Okay. I feel like I'm so close. I just can't find that one magic little nugget of information. So it's actually got two bind groups. Okay, Game of Life pipeline has a from world. Two texture storages. Init pipeline, update pipeline. Wait, the update pipeline. Have I got that? Just layout and pipeline. We shouldn't need to do this here anymore because we've done it elsewhere. Let's find out. Is it warning me? Not that changing the texture format there will have any make any difference, but at least it's not yelling at me, passing the wrong format. I could probably make a move slightly slower, slightly faster than this. Okay, flip to 1. Yep. Okay. It is using the wrong image. Try 75. Okay. So it's the layout and the shader, pipeline cache, pipeline. Wait a minute. Is my update actually running? I don't have an update. Wait a minute. There's their update. Maybe I haven't added the update pipeline? Oh, this will be weird. I thought you had to have... Wait, what? Oh. Wait a minute. Cached compute pipeline ID. So there has to be a separate update pipeline? Well, this will definitely be a TIL if I get it working. Now, this thing. So why... All right, so it's the same layout. A copy of the shader. Same vec. You have to change that to update. False and label none. All right. I'll follow this blindly as far as it goes. Interesting that entry point is not a cow. It's not a cow. I'd love if this just works. Nope. Okay. Matching shader requirements against the pipeline. Unable to find entry point update. Okay. Show me your secrets. It's definitely a function update. Definitely wasn't as easy as I had hoped. Let's look at the definitions again. So we've got layout, init pipeline, and update pipeline. Ready device, create bind group layout. And then init pipeline, queue compute pipeline. Label none, layout, a clone of the layout. Constant ranges is a vec, shader clone. Oh, hang on. This looks wrong. Or maybe I'm just getting away with it. No, it's the same. Oh, actually, this is, yeah, I'm editing the wrong copy, but never mind. Init pipeline, update pipeline. Whereas this is pipeline, update pipeline. Entry point main. Oh, entry point init. This is different. Match pipeline cache, get compute pipeline state. Huh. So it's flipping between two pipelines. That's why it has two. Is that what's happening? And then we've got run and update. Pipeline cache, get compute pipeline. I see. Okay, no, I don't think we needed that. Shame. I thought for a moment there I was onto something. Okay. So we don't need this anymore because it already happens in another area. But I should keep that note because it's important. Let's do it where we initialize it. Excuse me, does this even need to be mutable anymore? Apparently not. So we grab the image from GPU images. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should be reading from GPU images on the other system as well. We don't actually clone the images here anymore. We probably used to. Update is definitely running, right? Otherwise, none of it would work. Actually, we should debug it at the point of use to make sure it's not accidentally exiting. Yep, every frame. But unfortunately, bing. Yeah. Damn. What is the magic solution? How do I get my compute shader to know? I changed the bind group here. We know that the bind group is changing because the uniforms are changing. But the texture view is not. Oh, why isn't it? Why? 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 Terrain images what? It's images get collisions terrain O. Collisions terrain O is, oh, well, images is, where is images? Render assets GPU image, that's correct. And collisions terrain O is a handle image. Should it be a handle GPU image? I don't think it can be, right? GPU image isn't a component, isn't an asset. Or is it? Yeah, that doesn't work. Um, how does GPU readback handle its storage texture? It uses a handle to wait. Uses crossbeam channel. I didn't know that. To communicate between the main world and the render world, we need a channel. Will always be a frame of latency. What? Why have I never read this part of it? Oh, it does so belong to a Git repository. Oh, I'm in the library. That's deeply weird, though. There's no crossbeam channel in here. Did they change it? Am I using an old version of Bevy or something? Is 15.2 out? I'm using 15. What that's actually resolving to is anyone's guess. 15.0? What? Now it's giving me 15.1. Well, that's good. Might as well start a build because it'll take ages. I actually thought I was already on 15.1. Funny if that just fixed it. I just happened to notice that when I picked up that source file from the build instead of from the repository, it was different. I didn't know it used to use crossbeam channel like that. Slowly working through the whole thing. Probably should have done a cargo clean. Never mind. Okay, that looks like it's going to work. Once Rust Analyzer catches up, of course. Oh, we're panicking. We're panicking. Oh, so this is now a panic again. Ha. I was relying on it not doing that anymore. Damn. Is there a setting for that? Because I quite like using my singles. Bevy migration. Is there a 15.1? There isn't. Bevy 15.1, changelog, releases, November, no. Oh, here we go. Uh-huh. So how do I configure it to do nothing? How do I configure it to do nothing? Let's look at the pull request. Hopefully it changed documentation somewhere. Did we change the documentation somewhere? I guess I'll just handle it. Slightly frustrating. Very, very slightly. It's this one, which I can't do anymore. Hmm. Level transform get single. I honestly kind of like the old behavior. All right. Well, it doesn't crash anymore. That's a good start. We always like it when things don't crash. And we'll just confirm the behavior with the new version of Bevy. Uh-oh. Single mesh material in where? Update cursor position. All right. That okay. Level get single. It's not mutable, is it? No. Else a return. Actually, I could do tiny bell here, couldn't I? That would be better. Thank you very much, Piraeus. And we could also do that in the previous one. Actually, there's no need to do that every single time, is there? There we go. Oops. Level transformers, no entities. Holy shit, that slows things down. Ah. I assume it'll stop doing that once I do this. There we go. And this, of course, will not work because we're just not that lucky. So I'll expect a bit flip now. And there it is. Okay. We are just not that lucky. So for that bail, we want a no update, a silent. I can't remember what that is. That is not the right search. 20 Baileys. Quiet. So RQ. Since there are plenty of times when that just won't be running. In fact, we shouldn't run this during the menu thing, but we can fix that later. To do, don't run this unless in game. All right. Now, what else can we do? We can check Discord again, see if anybody's got any bright ideas. They do not. I am running out of options. I was so close to getting this working. I can't believe it. I guess one thing I could do is I can make the collision behavior work based on the copy of the image that I have now. So assuming that the terrain has never been destroyed, that would be one way to kind of end up with a bit of a win. So let's do that. We need to work in the listener on the GPU readback. So that is in collision. Here somewhere. This file could use breaking up too. Here we go. 37. Observe trigger readback complete from the shader storage buffer. Data is vacu32. Trigger event to shader type. Converts the raw bytes of the type of the event to a shader type. And then we get our buffer. So here we need access to the values that are present in the entities in the same order as this was created in. So yeah, we compare it with the buffer that's called, I think, yup buffer. Yeah. So ideally this would be a separate function, but we'll just leave it here for now. So what we want to do is compare each value with a yup entity ID and update said yup. I think it's a yup state. Character state. Okay. I probably should have said yup state because that's much funnier. But we can update it to be character state walking, I think it's called. Yeah. So we've got an instance of character state somewhere. Oh, we've required its default. I see. Cool. I love it. We should probably also require gravity. So we can get rid of that. And we've got a transform set in a sprite. Yeah. What's your problem? Oh, we didn't implement a default? Really? There we go. All right, cool. So now we can query the yup. Oh, it could actually work. Could work today. It could work. We therefore need not commands, but a query on yups, and it's a mute yups. Query and mute. character state with yup. And then we need the entity ID. No, we don't, because we'll be able to get it out of there. So we need the yup buffer. The yup buffer. So we need to match the position. Yeah, okay. Uh, let's see here. Yup buffer, res yup buffer. Does not need to be mutable. And this is collisions. And then we go, what do we go? We compare. So for collision in collisions, I need it to be enumerable. So is that right? I think so. Oh, character state isn't a thing. And the entity ID will be in the third position of each four elements of the yup buffer. The yup buffer is an array of vec4 measuring 100. I just need to think about how that is. We're going to get each yup from its collection. So let entity ID equals yup buffer yups, I think it is. Yep, which is a vec4 yup buffer size. Now I is going to be wrong. I is a 0 to 99. So we want I times 3, I think. No, wait, the array is the same size, but then we've got vec4s inside the array. And it's in the Z position. Ah, yes. Yes. If let, actually, let's just use TinyBell. Let character state equals yups get mute entity ID. Oh, I see. Yeah, good thought. It is an F32. Can I convert? No. So do I have to create it? That seems unlikely to work. It's a raw ID, basically. No. So how do we make an entity ID from a raw ID, from a raw F32? Entity, oh, that's TinyBear. From raw, maybe? Spawning a specific entity value is really the right choice here. Creates a new entity ID with a specific index and a generation of 1. Sharing entities across apps. I'm not really sharing it across apps. I'm just sharing it with a GPU. I think is what's going on here. From bits, index, 2 bits, try from bits. Ah, interesting. What is 2 bits? Converts to a form convenient for parsing outside of Rust. Only useful for identifying entities within the same instance of an application. Do not use for serialization between runs. Interesting. I mean, we're kind of doing that because we're sending it to WGPU. You know what? I don't need the entity ID. I've already. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Huh. That's an interesting problem. Um, I'm so close. I can taste it. I need the GPU. The GPU has told me that there's been a collision. All I need to know is which entity it was. Maybe from raw is the solution for now. It says it just creates the ID, but this feels like a bad idea. Feels like it's going to cause a collision. It's like you just want to search for where the entity is equivalent to the F32. So hang on. Could I then do we know we need a U32. Maybe we need to floor it, but I think it'll be fine. I don't suppose this would be enough. That's going to be wrong. And I assume I can't do into. Yeah. How do I tell get mute that I know which entity I need? I just don't have the object. Can I do a comparison with an existing entity? Like if I search for, I think that's what get's for, right? um, 2 bits and from bits might be the way to go. As a scene example, using save and load. Bevy example scene. Huh. I guess it doesn't use from bits anymore. What? Entity index. That's what I was using to get the number in the first place. Oh, it's so annoying. I'm so close. maybe I should be retaining a copy on the CPU side, assuming order's guaranteed. In which case we could put it on the yup buffer. Go to definition demi. Thank you. That was slow. Pub yups for GPU. Yup. Pub entities. U32. Yup. Buffer size. Well, CPU, this is kind of bad. Why are you complaining at me? Oh, okay. Okay. So now we've got yup buffer entities. Oh, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Oh, right. This doesn't solve the problem. Wow, my brain is full. Can I do this? Surely not, right? Something bad will happen. Oh, there's no default for an entity. God damn it. Is it going to have to be a vec? But then I won't be able to use it as shader type. Oh, I'm in the wrong place anyway. Oh, no, I'm not. Maybe I just have to maintain a vec. Stop doing this, stop doing this, stop doing this, and stop doing this. And then this really feels like I'm skirting around the wrong solution, but never mind. Okay, it's time just after 12. We can get there. We can make it happen. We'll go with internet. We've got wherever we get the entity index, basically. Okay. So where do we use index? Hey, baby. Yeah. Yup, index. So here, basically, we also need this feels way too complex for what it is. But you get it working and then you try to refine it. Yes. Make it work, make it good, make it fast, whatever it is. Okay. So yup is the entity. So let's clear the other buffer first, or just create a new vector, basically. Let entities equals, which is a vec. Or should it be reference to entity or entity? And then entities push. Yup. And at the end of it all, yup entities equals like so. Okay. And then back in the read back thing, we will get our yup entities, not our yup buffer. And we will use the same order. You can't index into that though, can you? I don't think. Maybe you can. Um, if collision, we could also use the bit shifted value there. State equals character state walking. It's not mutable, but it needs to be. Don't tell me that's going to work. I'll fall over and die of shock. Nope, immediately crashes. Command Q has unapplied commands being dropped. Did you forget to call system state apply? I mean, maybe. I don't know, did I? That's weird. It could also be this. Like just indexing straight into a vector like that. What is the guaranteed wave? Oh, what's happened to my mouse? Did my mouse die? I need my mouse to work. I mean, I don't really. I could use it without, but it's nice to have it working. We generally find this to be useful. Aha. All right. Start a new chat. What's the idiomatic way to get a value at I in a vec if one exists? Is there an nth? I think there's an nth. Get or get mute. Oh, okay. Um, Actually, that'll get an entity, but not an entity ID, now that I think of it. Yup entities is a res yup entities. Let entity equals yup entities get I. And that's an option or a result? So that's an option. Okay. I don't imagine that'll be different. Well, it didn't crash at least. I mean, the dream scenario is that this, we bailed, yup entities get is none. Well, that's not a good start. The dream scenario is that this stops moving, but it won't. Oh, it did. Oh my God. It collided. What the hell? Look at that. It's a collision. I'm almost not expecting to see one. That's very cool. Wow. It works. We should change the collision point so that it hits the feet rather than the middle of it, but it works. It's hilarious. Why is it bailing every time though? Yup entities get I is none. So why is it still working? This is always negative. Should it be 0? I mean, it's got deref mute, so it shouldn't matter, I thought. But I could be wrong. So entities should be an entity or a reference to an entity, yeah. Oh, it's even worse. That's still a problem. And this will never collect. Well, actually, it might because it's working with an underlying copy of the image. So it'll probably stop in the middle of the screen. And it does. Yep. Nice. Good to know. Oh, God. Okay. It's bailing because. Why is it bailing? Level transform get single is no entities. Oh, yeah. Why is this always bailing? And if so, why? Oh, I see. We're just automatically changing it every single time. As soon as there's a collision, we just change the state for everything. But wait, that means this must be working. Oh my God, I'm so confused. Debug state. Oh, great. If this fails, how can this succeed? That's really confusing. Let's take Tiny Bale away. And we'll also speed up things now. Well, that could still work actually. Yep. But it's bailing every time. What the hell? How is that working? Oh, that's very confusing. Where is this entity coming from? This should never happen. That happens first, and then the second call. Oh, it's been called twice. Ooh, interesting. Why? Why has it been called twice? Oh, of course, because you're doing it once for every um, entity in the array. Of course. So we should only do this if collision is 1. Duh. Now we can go back to Tiny Bell. We can have some ads in a sec. Okay, that's a little bit more sensible. So now we could shift the position of the collision point down. So we go update yup locations. We could add an offset to the texture position Y plus window height plus yup feet factor. Should it be U size? U32, right? F32. Um, let's see, what's half of 32, 15, 16, I guess. Offset to the center of the yup sprite to reflect the position of their feet. We got ads. Now there's going to be another one, right? Nope. There's no more. Oh, that's pretty good. Kind of just brushes the surface of it. You could also give it a few more pixels. Let's see here. I should implement a zoom too so that I can see what's going on. Call it maybe 18. Might be a little too much, but we'll see. Damn it. Oh, that doesn't seem like it worked either. What? What is going on? Oh, okay. I've done something wrong. That's weird. Okay. Now it should be right. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, that's good enough anyway. So we have collision. We just don't have the ability to we should be able to dig underneath them and have them fall down again. Um, Actually, what we should do is update this so that there's an else clause. Just so that if they lose what's underneath them, they fall again. I don't think this will work. Oh, it is? Where? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a problem. You might have to put that. outside, which will be less efficient, but it'll still work. Yeah, it's never going to update because it thinks that the underlying image hasn't changed. So eventually we want these guys to fall down. uh, what we could do is apply like a very slight lateral movement and see if we could get them to walk. The trouble, whoa, what? I have no idea what happened to do that. It's like there was a whole bunch of compute shadow runs happening. Um, hmm. The interesting thing will be they'll be in a constant state of collision with the ground. So it's like we'll almost be asking them to fall as soon as they've moved in an X direction, and then they'll be back to walking again, which might be a bit confusing. You might have to check for more than a couple of pixels of space underneath them. We could try it. Where's physics? If state, and we should do a match, but never mind. Okay, falling, and we're walking. It's hilarious. It works, sort of, very sort of, only slightly, sort of. Um, that's funny. Uh, we might try and get a recording of that. It doesn't collide with this one, interestingly. I thought it would, but it's not colliding with the ones in front of it. Um, I think we would have to. It's still going, by the way. I think we would have to have it turn around if it was in a collision state. Um, don't know about that one. So when it collides and we are already grounded, um, which is walking, right? So if we're in walking and we're in a collision state, we'd have to ignore it unless we got a new one. Yeah, I hadn't thought about us being in a constant state of collision with the ground. How do you tell the difference between a collision with the ground and a collision in front of you? Maybe you'd have to use a different value. So transition to like, did I just get pooped by a puppy? I did. Transition to like provide another number or have different bits set for ground collision and forward collision. Because at the moment it's really blunt, like we've just got, if the pixel directly in beneath them is 0f, so that's with the ground. And if we need to add more info, we could use bit packing to do it. Interesting. Wonder if there's any Discord responses. Anybody know what's going on? No. Bummer. Nobody knows my problems. Nobody knows my problems. Well, I wonder if we should start to wind this down. I do feel like my brain is starting to slow down even more than usual. I also should revisit the original Lemmings videos that Mike Daly did just to see whether he determines the difference between ground collision and forward collision. I don't know if he does. He may look around the ground pixel slightly to see if there's one in front pixels in front of the character. We could do that. We need it to be able to walk up the ground. So we need it not to go in a straight line, which is what it's doing at the moment. Damn it. It's just going straight through the terrain. But it is gradually falling, which is kind of cool. Like it falls down the, it falls down the hill. It just can't go up hills. How would you get it to go uphill? You'd look at the next couple of pixels along and say, well, are those in elevation? If so, go up by that much, kind of thing. But yeah, I need to look at how Mike did that so I can understand a bit more about the process. Okay. Kind of working. And Bevy 15.1. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Is Sido still streaming? He's probably finished for the day by now. Oh, no, he hasn't. Oh, we may as well raid Sido with our this very small amount of people. What the hell? Why not? Thanks for hanging out and lurking. I do appreciate it. We'll see you again soon. Sort of collision detection. Only sort of.
Struggle more to pick up the harder choice. So a lot of procrastination